Quickly check. Hello. Let me know if the music is too loud. Alright, so the quality seems fine. Hopefully the audio is fine as well. Gonna start working on this guy. For anyone who's already here, hello. Please let me know if I need to turn volume down or up. If it's good, also let me know. Just gonna wait a couple more minutes. There's more people that like to join. But I prepped this guy yesterday a little bit. I primed him with light gray primer and then I did some washing with oil paints. I don't know if it will actually help because the plan is to apply some semi-transparent red layer on top, and hopefully all the washing that I've done will show through, but sometimes it doesn't, so we'll see if I'll get lucky. If not, then I'll have to wash all the panel lines and crevices again, which is not that big of a deal, but I'll have to basically do the same job twice, and I'd like to avoid that. So I'm going to airbrush this guy. Normally I don't do it here in this area, I do it in a separate area, but just for the sake of the stream I'll do it here because it's not that much airbrushing anyway. Just going to cover this area up with the white paper. It's not the best background for this almost white miniature, but it's okay. I'll start airbrushing it with red paint and it'll be fine. Just gonna hook up my airbrush and turn on the compressor. this thing here. By the way, for anyone who doesn't have an airbrush, everything that I'm doing here can be done with the brush. It just might take more time. And why waste time? I can use an airbrush. So for the rest of my, well, it's actually it's not my army, I'm doing commission, but for the rest of the Blood Angels army that I've done so far, I used a Bile Red contrast paint as the main color, but because of how many units I had to paint, I ran out of 2 pots, so I'll have to use different mix for this guy. Just kind of put some flame pour in, and then I'll try and mix flat red. I'll mix these guys, flat red and red ink, and that should be close enough to Bile Red contrast paint. Normally I don't shake my paints. I do have Vortex mixer, but I'm afraid it might be too loud for the stream. Should have tried that actually, but it's okay. I'll do the good old shaky. That should be enough. We can always add more. I get water cups real quick. There we go. I'll just mix it up in the cup like that. And then a little bit of a backflow. Let's see. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so what I'm trying to achieve is it's a little bit too spackly. I need some more flame pour in there. So I want nice saturated red, but at the same time I want it to be somewhat transparent to show all the panel lining that I've done here. So I don't know if it'll work out or not. My priority is this saturated red, so like if panel lining doesn't show through, then it is what it is. It's working out alright so far. For a lot of the parts, it's like in the reference picture, this guy has some gold elements on like his trim and ornaments and whatnot on his armor, as well as some like silver metal parts, I guess, like his leg, and there's some trim on his backpack that's also silver. I might do those parts in non-metallic metal, but I'm not sure yet. Depends on how much time I'll have. If not, I'll just do it with normal metal, but I definitely want to do non-metallic metal for this sword. Because this guy, unlike the rest of the army that I've painted so far, is supposed to be like a higher quality paint job, like closer to display quality. So I'll spend more time on this guy than the rest of the army. Okay, I think got all the parts. Yeah, I'll definitely need to do some more. Yeah, I'll have to go back and do some more panel lining. Maybe instead of a wash, I'll just do it by hand. We'll see. But that's the first part done. It's all nice and red. And I'll probably go with the highlight first and spray some highlights with some yellow contrast paint and maybe a little bit of regular paint. And after highlights, I'll do the shadows. Just gonna clean this out. Should be good. It doesn't have to be perfect anyway. So move this. So I'll put a little bit of bumper in there. And then I'll use one drop of this sun yellow. There you go. And then the rest I'll do with the yellow contrast. Which one is it? It's an Imperial Fist yellow. The reason why I use inks and contrast paints is because I want the base layer to show through a little bit, and it just blends in nicer when you do it that way. A little bit of the backflow. I'll add some more form pour because I'll be painting very small areas and I don't want it to be too speckly. Not fully dry yet. I'll use hair dryer, so I'll mute the mic real quick. Alright, that should be good. It's a little bit too dark. Start with the head. I'll just do some very basic highlights for spots like head and like shoulder pads and stuff. Actually, the shoulder pad is supposed to be black, so there's no point working on that. But like his backpack, for example, put some highlights here and here as well. And for sure this hand is also metal, but I'll put some highlights there as well. This shoulder pad is mostly ornament, so there's no point painting it either. So I'll just paint the back of the leg here. And then his butt pad or whatever that is. And at the front as well. I'll do highlights here on the side of his shin guard. Like that. It's turning out orange, but I'll do secondary highlights with more yellow. Put it there too. I'm not doing super realistic highlights, just kind of going for the rule of cool, but mostly you want them on all the areas that face up. That's where you want your highlights. Something like that. I'll actually do something different. I'll clean this out. Again, doesn't have to be perfect because I'm gonna be using similar color anyway. For the secondary highlight, I'll spray some ivory paint and then I'll spray just the yellow contrast paint over top to make it pop more. It's working fine. Again, some flamethrower. For smaller areas, you want to put more flow improver. So you need to put if you're airbrushing, for smaller areas, you normally want to put your air pressure down and dilute your paints more. So air pressure lower and dilution higher. And then for bigger areas you want higher air pressure, and then you need less dilution. But I'm not gonna bother with the pressure. Should be good. All right, let's see. Start with the head. Just gonna do tiny little bit. Don't want to go too crazy. Something like that. I'm barely pulling my trigger on the airbrush. So the brightest area you want to have is your head and like shoulders close to the head. So like here, maybe here as well, because that will grab all the attention. Assuming you want the attention to be on your miniature's head, which is, that's what you normally want. But as a rule of thumb, just whichever area you want to draw viewers' attention, just make that area the brightest one. It's not always the face or the head of the miniature. Sometimes you want it to be the sword or something else. So this is not the brightest highlight that I'll do. This is just the secondary one. So I'll just paint all the areas. This. By the way, I used I don't remember if I said or not, but I used the ivory color for this step. Looks good. And now I'll clean this out again, and I'll use yellow contrast over top just to make it pop a little bit more. A little bit clogged. By the way, for those who don't know, easy fix for when you're airbrushing and your airbrush gets clogged, just unscrew the back cover, loosen the needle, and then just move the needle back and forth until you push the whatever's clogged up your nozzle. Usually it's dried up paint. So you just push it through, and then it should be fine. Let's see. Yeah, perfect. Tip free of charge. Alright. For the contrast paints, I don't ever use Flampur. I just put it straight into the airbrush cup. It's already extremely thin. I don't need a lot. That should be enough. There we go. Okay, let's see. Camera. Sorry for the any issues with focusing, because both my camera and my lens are not ideal for this type of filming, so I might go back and forth. But yeah, I'm covering all the previously painted areas with this yellow contrast, but I don't know, kind of looks a little bit too yellow, to be honest. I think what I'll do, I'll cover a little bit of a bigger area, so like the secondary highlights that I've painted before, but also a little bit to the sides as well. So I'll cover a wider area. Then I think I'll go back with red ink and I'll just bring this yellow down a little bit because it's just too yellow. For my liking. I'll go back with the red ink. By the way, the reason why I'm going back and forth is usually for pieces like that, like a one-off units, I don't really have a plan. I had a general color scheme for this guy because he has to match the rest of the army, obviously, at least somewhat. So I kind of knew the colors that I was gonna use, but I didn't know how I'm gonna go about painting him. So usually for this kind of miniatures, I'll go back and forth a lot until I figure out the perfect way to paint. For larger squads, like multiple units, it's kind of the same thing. I test things out on the first guy, and then I just, when I know the ideal way to paint it, I just go and batch paint the rest of the units. So I guess it's a similar approach. And again, I'll use red ink, and I'm not gonna use any Form Pro for the ink because it's already super diluted. Five drops should be enough. All the paints and all the inks that I'm using are acrylic. I don't know if I need to specify that, but I know some people use enamel paints. I only use acrylics, and then occasionally I use oils. Mostly for washes though. Okay, so cover this yellow up with red. Because like I said, it was a little bit too yellow. I wish I still had some ball red left, because it just, when you apply it, it's very saturated, but it is also transparent at the same time, so it worked perfectly. You know what? I'll just cover the whole thing up. See, it worked perfectly. For this technique that I was going for, but this ink for whatever reason is not transparent enough. Just covers the thing all the way. I'll wait for it to dry, and then we'll try the same thing again with yellow. I think I'll just use yellow paint instead of contrast, so it doesn't turn too like orange yellowish. Have to clean out my airbrush better for this thing. Actually, I think I know what I'll do. I'll kind of do the same thing, but a little bit different. Instead of ivory paint, I'll do ice yellow, and then instead of yellow contrast, I'll do this yellow ink. See how that works out. Yeah, flow improvement. Sorry, flow improvement. Improver G. 1, 2, 3, 4 drops. And I have a lot of different brands of paints, and even some of the paints that are the same brand, they're like different thicknesses, so can't really tell you the ratios for your paints, but normally or generally it's about 2:1, so 2 drops of flow improver to 1 drop of paint. But again, different paints, sometimes it's different. Some paints, like for example, I have Vallejo airbrush range, and those paints are like super thin. A lot of the times I don't use flow improver for those paints at all. Yeah, it should be good. All right, let's try it again. Try to do it a little bit more of non-metallic metal type of reflections. And do it a little bit with the little bit of gradient. So what I'm doing is I'm painting. Try to show you. So I'm painting. Come on, camera. Cooperate with me, please. So I'm painting a more saturated line in the middle, and then I'm doing a little bit of a transparent gradient on the sides of that line. So that way, when I go back with yellow ink, the most saturated color will be in the middle, where you get more light. I'm sorry. Thinner layer on the sides. I'll go back, and for some of the highlights I'll make it a little bit more intense. So for the highlights that are on the very top, and like his head and like his chest and whatnot, those will be the most intense ones, because that is where I'll have the most light. And for small areas like this, I'm barely pulling my trigger. So like, I'm not even pushing it down all the way, just a little bit. And then the same thing with pulling it. So like I'm barely spraying any paint, because with small areas like this, it's very easy to overspray and just mess the whole thing up. Actually, for his legs, I'll do the highlights on the side. I just like the look of it better, to be honest. I don't know why. It just looks cooler for me. More interesting. I'm getting a little bit of spackling because, well, first of all, it needs to be diluted a little bit more, but ideally, like I said, you also want to put the air pressure down, and I don't want to bother with that. Should work the way it is. That's spackling. Well, first of all, it's really tiny, so you can't really see it anyway. But it will also smooth out with the second layer of yellow that I'll put after this step. So highlight here on his. ribs, I guess. Like that. And that area is as well. I wonder what they call that armor piece. There has to be a name for it. And I'm not touching the shoulder pads because this one will be black and then that one is mostly an ornament, so there's no room for the highlights anyway. So I'm just not gonna waste my time. Put highlight here on his shoe. Here. Just like that. And now his head. Something like that. I don't want the highlights to be too big because first of all, if highlights are really big, and I'll go back with yellow. Instead of looking red, this miniature will start looking orange and yellow more than red. And I also want to do some purple shadows. So I need room for that. So there has to be enough room on this miniature for purple, red, and then orange and yellow. And like, I don't want any of those colors to overpower each other. And I need this miniature to be looking red. Okay, so I'll clean out the airbrush. And I'll try yellow ink and see if this works better than what I've tried before. For when you're going up or down from the same color, you don't really have to clean out your airbrush perfectly, because actually not cleaning it out perfectly helps you to blend between two colors more. But if you're switching to a completely different color, if you're not trying to blend two colors, then you want it as clean as possible. So I'll try the yellow ink now and see if it works better. Hopefully it will. 4 drops should be more than enough. Let's see. Again, I'm barely pulling the trigger because I don't want it to be too saturated. Man, this lag is like super yellow. Have to go back with the red ink again and fix it up. It's like constant battle between too saturated and not saturated enough. So I apologize. Sometimes I move it out of the frame. So I'm trying to look at it closer. Okay, it's not too bad. The only thing I'll need to fix is this lag, because it's just like too yellow. At this point, it's not a Blood Angel anymore, it's like an Imperial Fist. I'll need to bring some of that down. But first, I'll do the final highlights for his head and backpack. I'll do that. Actually, I don't know why I'm cleaning it out, because I kind of need the same color, because I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4 drops, because I'm gonna do ice yellow that I used before, and a mix of yellow ink for the final highlights. I want them to be almost white, but you don't really want to use white with your red, because that brings saturation of your red down a lot. So that's why for the highlights I'm using yellow instead of white, because if you use white for your red, it'll just turn pink. Normally you don't want that, but sometimes you do. So if you want pink Space Marine, then you'd likely use white for your highlights. The same thing for green, by the way, too. When you're highlighting green and it's not turning out very nice, try using yellow for your highlights. It'll make your green to pop a lot more. Let's see. It's a little bit too yellow still. I'll add some more ice yellow. I want to actually, no, I'll use the ivory that I used before. Because I want it to be almost white with a hint of yellow. I think this should be better. Let's see. Yeah, that should be alright. Let's try it out. Once again, I'll be applying even less paint than I was before. I really wish I could bring the miniature closer to my face, but then you won't be able to see it, so. Oh, there we go. Yeah, something like that. Perfect. That is exactly what I was going for. gonna do it here on his leg. Actually, I'm gonna do it on all the highlights. And then I'll just gonna apply really thin layer of red ink to bring the yellow down. That is just too much yellow. It's like he stole his armor piece from a Imperial Fist. Anyway, let's do some red ink. Clean this out. Because this time I actually need it really clean. For cleaning out and like mixing paints, I'm using this shitty brush. Definitely do not use any of your nice brushes for this kind of stuff because it will ruin them really quick. Also, whenever I'm cleaning out my airbrush, I clean this stuff on the walls off as well, because sometimes when you're mixing your paint, it'll scrape off and go into your nozzle and it'll clog it up, and you definitely don't want that. So I clean it, scrape it off the walls of the cup, and then I have this squirt bottle, put some water in there, and then I empty it out into a dirty cup, and then I spray it through. Okay, let's do some ink again. Do 3 drops, and I'll actually add some flow pour this time because I want it to be more transparent. Because last time it was, the opacity was just too much. Just covered the whole thing up. I don't want that. Alright, let's see. Yeah, that's better. I'm holding my airbrush a little bit further away, and once again I'm barely spraying any paint because I don't want it to be too saturated. Something like that. Okay, let's do shadows and see how it looks like with shadows. And if it looks fine for now. I'll try shadows and see how it will look like with shadows. And then we'll fix if there's anything needs to be fixing. Again, for this, I don't have to clean it up perfectly. I'm gonna be using purple, and I kind of want it to be mixed with red a little bit, because after all, we're applying shadows to red. So for this, I'll be using this. It's royal purple, and then purple ink. The areas that I'll be applying it to will be really, really small. So I want it to be very diluted, because I want to have as much control over it as possible. So I just put 1 drop of purple paint. It's very thick and very saturated. And then I'll do 1, 2. I'll do 3 drops of purple ink. 1 sec, I'm gonna play a different music because I'm gonna fall asleep with these. Chill vibes. There we go. Feel like that's better. Let's mix up, because I forgot if I mixed it up or not. So this is what it looks like. One second. Apologies. It's a little bit too speckly. I'll add a few more drops of Glenpur. If you're painting with an airbrush and you're getting specks, there are two main reasons why you're getting that. First, your paint is not diluted enough, and second is your your air pressure is not high enough. So you might need to do higher air pressure or just add more water or medium or flowing for or whatever you're using for diluting your paints. I'll add some more. Normally I use about 25-30 psi for painting. Then, you know, if I paint smaller details, I drop it lower. But because of the stream, I'm not gonna bother because my air compressor is a little bit to the side. But normally for smaller details, it's better if you drop it down. Okay, I should be fine. Let's see. So I'm placing my shadows on the opposite sides of highlights basically. So for example, here I have highlight on the side and then, you know, highlight on the other side. So then I'm placing my shadow in the middle. Same goes here. So like if I have highlight here, then shadow should be on the opposite side. Same again. I have highlight here, and then shadow will be in between them. Something like that. And then for panels like that, I don't know if you can see, but it's like it's a flat panel. So I place the highlight at the bottom of the panel, and then the shadow is supposed to be on the opposite end of the panel. It's more of a non-metallic metal reflections, but it's kind of what I'm going for. It's a little bit tricky because I don't want to get any shadows on this highlight. On this highlight that I have here. Something like that. And then the same thing on the other side. Oops, sorry. My bad. Keep moving it closer and closer to my face because that's normally what I do when I paint. And normally, I don't paint with my stream on. Actually, I don't ever paint with my stream on until now. So I'll have to get used to having the miniature in front of the camera. It clogged up again. Oh, the tip just dried up. Dealing with dried up tip is very easy. You literally just wait for the camera to focus on your airbrush. And then just pull all the gunk off the tip with your fingers. It's with my airbrush, it's perfect because I have this kind of tip for the nozzle. But some airbrushes have like this round tip, and then you need one when I had airbrush like that, I'll use like an old toothbrush and I'll just like clean it up. You get dried up tip a lot if you're, whenever you're doing this type of spray painting, when you're using less paint and more air. Come on, man. The main action is happening on the miniature, not the airbrush. Camera just refuses to cooperate with me today. Or ever, to be honest. Works fine for taking pictures, but trying to focus it on the miniature when filming is just a pain. Come on. I might get a different camera in the future if things go well. Whenever I'm filming miniatures, or like whenever I'm filming myself painting miniatures or making dioramas and whatnot, I just use my phone because it works a lot better than the camera that I have. And again, like the camera is not, it's not a crappy camera, it's just, it wasn't meant for filming tiny objects. So that's what we've got so far. Actually, I missed some highlights. Sorry, shadows. Forgot to paint shadows on his leg. So this is what we've got so far. I didn't paint this leg because it's going to be a different color. It's not going to be red. Same for the shoulder pads. Obviously the sword. And I think I'm gonna add a little bit more. Come on, camera. I think I'm gonna add a little bit more highlight here. For whatever reason, on the camera, it actually looks brighter than what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna add a little bit of yellow there. I think it's looking good so far. So this is basically the same thing. It is almost identical to what I did to the rest of the guys. I'm gonna show you in a sec. So for example, this unit here, I did basically the same thing. I did base yellow and then I highlighted the top with yellow ink or yellow contrast paint, and then I did purple shadows, and then, you know, matte varnish and oil wash. So this is how it looked identical to this before the varnish and the oil wash. So this is how it's gonna look like. Well, kind of like that at the end. But I'm thinking I'll do, you know, non-metallic metal and whatnot. So, oh yeah, I was gonna add a little bit more highlight. I'm gonna clean this out again. We're almost done with the airbrush, by the way. So like I said, like everything that I've done so far can easily be done with the brush. It just would take more time. I just didn't, like, there's no reason for me to bother in trying to paint all those smooth blends with a brush if I can do the same thing with an airbrush 10 times quicker. You know what I mean? Gonna do one drop of the ink that I used before. Boop. Alright. There we go. Just sprayed it over the brightest spots as well, because it was a little bit too close to white. Not a fan. I think now it looks a lot nicer. think that's it with the airbrush for now. I'll need it later for the sword, but I don't know if I'll do the sword today. I don't know if I'll have time. Kind of want to paint the rest of the miniature first, and the sword I'll do last. Man, I don't really talk a lot, and talking for so long is just exhausting, to be honest. Man. I don't know how people do that every day. Just need a sip of water. All right. So we can get rid of this for now. Not really doing any spray painting in the next couple of hours. I'm gonna put the airbrush away. I normally don't put my paints away until I'm done with the project, because if I need to use the same colors that I used previously, and like if I put them away, I just forget which one I use, and I'm too lazy to write them down, so that's why I have to keep them on the table. So next what we're gonna do is I'm gonna paint this shoulder pad black, because that's what it is in the reference picture. I'm not trying to paint it, you know, identical to what it is in the reference picture. Obviously, you can tell from the color scheme, but I want to use the same basic colors. Like, I'm using the same color scheme, just in a different way. Different style, I guess. Oh, interesting. You cannot hear the vortex mixer at all. That's perfect. I'll just use that instead of shaking, because you can hear shaking. You can hear shaking, but you cannot hear vortex mixer. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use this black right here. It's like the nicest black that have you ever used. Actually, all of their colors are really nice. All of their paints are. First of all, the paint pot. Well, it's not pots; it's paint bottles. Are really big, so they last forever. But also the paints are very thick, so you can use one drop of paint for a really long time. and they're super saturated and opaque. Trying to get a brush. The only thing with these paints, you need to dilute them. Well, I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's just more of a heads up. If you're using those paints, you really need to dilute them, otherwise they're too thick. Just need to. I had to plug in my mouse because it's a wireless mouse, and I'd prefer to have it charged. You know, it was about to die on me. Anyway, gonna paint this shoulder pad, and then if I remember correctly, on the reference picture, the trim on this shoulder pad is gold, so I'm not gonna bother painting the trim for now. Like, this black just covers everything in one passing. It's perfect. Oh, and the studs are also gold in the reference picture, so I'm not gonna bother. I was gonna say I'm not gonna bother painting them, but kind of paint over them anyway, because can't really get to the shoulder pad without getting paint on the studs anyway, so it's a little bit challenging to paint this way because, as I mentioned before, usually I'd put it closer to my face. But if I put it closer to my face, you won't be able to see it. Maybe I'll try to figure out a different camera angle. But I also don't want my face to be in the frame. I also don't always paint with the miniature in my face. I usually move it around, so there's no like perfect camera angle because my miniature is not always in one spot. So I feel like what I'm doing right now is the ideal spot, to be honest. Okay, that's it for the shoulder pad. Well, for now. Actually, you know what? I'll do highlights and stuff like that for the shoulder pad as well. So I'll just need Oops, apologize. Gonna use this. It's let me mix it so you can see the color better. Here, so it's a little bit of a bluish gray, and I'll also get this blue ink. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add some of this gray to the black and a little bit of blue to the mix, and I'm gonna have grayish blue highlights for the black shoulder pad, And you don't want to highlight black with just white, kind of for the same reasons as why you don't want to highlight red and green with white. So when you highlight black with white, it just brings the saturation of black down, and it just looks like gray. It doesn't look like black anymore. So you kind of want to add like other colors to your black, because like I'm actually gonna paint over this black with a mix of black and blue ink, because blacks are rarely just black. A lot of the times they have like colder or warmer tones to them. I'm just mixing the black paint that I used before with blue ink. The reason why I'm using ink instead of paint is because I just want a hint of blue in there. I don't want it to like really jump out as blue. Just want a hint of blue in that black. Something like that. You can't really see it, but it's a little bit, it's a tiny bit different. And then I'm just gonna add this, the blue gray that I showed you before. Just gonna add a tiny bit more blue to it. I'm just gonna kind of wet blend it with on the shoulder pad here, where I want the highlight to be. It's just first highlight, the secondary highlight will be brighter. And I'll add more gray. We'll move it around a little bit too. Make blends a little bit smoother. I need to dry it real quick. This highlight actually turned out to be pretty good. It's a little bit hard to see on the camera, but I'll do the second layer. And now I'll try it again. Let's see how loud it is with the mic on. Yeah, it's pretty loud. I'm gonna make it brighter a little bit more. This area. And I blend it more. I'm just gonna do more black here because it's looking too gray. Something like that. Doesn't have to be perfect because I have golden studs there. Yeah. They'll grab most of the attention. It's hard to highlight black because you need to kind of strike that perfect spot of like how big you want that highlight to be. You don't want it to be too little because otherwise it just looks weird, and you don't want it to be too big because otherwise it just will not look like black anymore. But I feel like this is good. So I think I'm gonna start working on the all the golden parts. Yeah, I'll just do non-metallic metal for the gold parts. Let me just take a look at the reference picture real quick, because I don't remember which parts I have to paint gold and which parts are silver. Right. Just want to see a different angle because I can't tell if I don't think this part here is gold. It almost looks like it's like bone type of color, but like it's hard to tell in the angle. But there are different versions, so it's hard to tell. Some versions the whole thing is gold, some versions the wings are white and everything else is gold. I'll just do the whole thing gold. So his hands are silver metal. Or sorry, actually his arms are silver metal, but then this part is red, as well as these parts here. Okay, so I'll just base coat all the gold parts in brown, and then all the metal, all the silver metal parts in probably black, and then we'll go from there. Actually, I'm not gonna do black. I'll just do dark gray. So I'm gonna be using this. It's dark flesh tone brown for my non-metallic metal gold base coat. Actually no, not a fan. Let's see if I can get a different one. I'll trade this one. This one is also actually dark flesh tones. Dark flesh tones, sorry. The only difference is that the other one was airbrush line and this one is just the game color. So like a regular paint. But they're completely different colors. I'll actually I'll use a mix, two of them. I think they'll be the perfect color that I'm looking for. Also, let me know if you'd like to see my palette I can maybe not for this stream, but for the next stream I might adjust my camera to be on the palette. If you want to see the colors that I'm using on the lap palette. Actually, I'll just move now. There's not much else to see. I just put it a little bit further away so you can kind of see what I'm doing with the airbrush. But I'm not going to be working with the airbrush for now. So I'm just gonna simply base coat all the parts that are gonna be gold, and just gonna base coat them with this brown color. I kind of want it darker. I'll add some of this charred brown. See if that'll help. Because what I'm looking for is this orange-ish, reddish brown, but I also want it to be darker than what it is right now. I guess it's not that big of a deal, because I can just tint it later, but I just have this feeling, you know, that it has to be different. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. I'm gonna move it a little bit. Wow, it's gonna be really hard, because I really want to put it closer to my face. Let me see if I can move the camera a little bit and have it to my face, closer to my face at the same time. Come on, you can do this. Just gonna paint all the studs here. I did get some black paint here in the backpack, but I'm not really worried about that too much, because I can just fix it up later. Because those parts won't be red anyway, so I have to paint them over regardless. That's tricky. Oops, my bad. Like I said, still getting used to holding the miniature in frame. Because I guess about 5 years I've been painting miniatures my own way. And now I kind of have to do it in a different way. It might take some time to adjust. I think it's good enough. Just gotta paint this trim on the back side of the shoulder pad. It's good. Okay, next, what else? This thing is also gold. Painted gold, and then the blood drop in the middle painted like a gem. Like that. Actually, I don't know, maybe I should paint all the leather parts first, because like some of the leather parts have ornaments on them as well. So like there's no point for me to paint the ornaments first and then paint the leather around, because I'll just mess it up. One second. And I could paint the sorry, my voice cracked right there. I could paint the rest of the golden parts first and then paint the leather, and then paint the golden parts on the leather after. But I kind of feel like painting all the parts, all the gold at once. So I think I'll do the leather first. I mean, I'll finish base coating all the gold elements anyway. But then before starting painting non-metallic metal, I'll do the leather first. Okay, what else? So this part is silver on the reference picture. And then he has an ornament on his forehead. Let's see. And it's golden. So I'll paint it up as well. Man, it's really like tiny. It's also not really standing out from the surface very much, so it's gonna be more of a freehand than actual painting, to be honest. Not a fan of that design on his forehead, to be honest. Like, come on, doesn't he have enough freaking decorations on the rest of his armor? He had to put the thing on his forehead as well. I'm gonna paint this whole thing gold as well. It's not perfect coverage, but there will be a lot of going back and forth anyway. So whatever's red showing through, it'll get covered anyway. Also, I don't know if it's just me, but sometimes like my paint is fine on the wet palette, but then all of a sudden it just starts turning too watery. I hate that. And like I get when it happens after I like if I close the lid on the wet palette, because all the moisture is like trying to come out, but then because the lid is closed, it's just collecting there. So that's why paint turns all watery, but I don't get why it happens while I'm painting. What else? Okay, it's this thing too. Like that. The hilt of his sword as well. Keep hitting the mic with my brush. Gotta move it a little bit. So in the reference picture, this part is just black. So that's what I'll paint it. And then I don't remember what color this thing is, but I'll paint it gold because I think it will look nicer. Because these parts will be silver, and I think it'll just stand out nicely if it's gold. So I don't even care what it is in the reference picture. Man, I don't get it. Keeps moving it out. Keep moving it out of the frame. Just paint these skulls gold as well. Man, who do they even contact to get fancy armor? Like, you know what I mean? Like, who do they have to talk to? To get this custom stuff. Like, what makes you worthy of fancy armor like that? I think that's it. Let me take a look at the picture once more. On the reference picture, this part is actually gold too. Okay. So I wasn't sure if these parts in the back supposed to be gold, but it looks like they're just like metal. So that's what I'll paint them. Okay, I'll paint leather now. And let's see. I'll use one of the browns that I used for mixing my gold base coat. Once again, let me know if music is too loud or not loud enough, or my voice is not loud enough or too loud. I'll fix it up. All right. One second. All right. So I'll just base coat leather with this color, charred brown. Actually, I'm gonna add a little bit black to it because I want it to be a little bit darker. And a little bit more. And a little bit more. Oh yeah, something like that. So just gonna paint bolster here. Yeah, it's a little bit too dark. There we go. Gonna paint pistol holster. Just a little bit, because I need it closer. I guess I'll need to move it a little more. Like I said, it's a constant problem where it's either you cannot see the miniature or I cannot see what I'm painting. But should be fine now. He also has these leather straps here that they're connected to the holster. Let's paint those up. just like that. And the same thing for the other side. So this guy's dual wielding pistols. I don't think I've actually... Yeah, I don't think I've heard of this character at all, so I don't really know much about his backstory. But he looks like a fancy dude. I actually don't really know much about Blood Angels lore at all. Because... well, at least not detailed lore. I've read and listened to a lot of Horus Heresy books. And not a lot of them mention Blood Angels. And there goes the second leg. And what else? I think it's just holsters for the leather parts. It doesn't look like there's anything else. Yeah. So now I'm gonna use some of this ice yellow to paint on some weathering on that leather, like scratches and whatnot. It'll be too bright, but that's just the first step. Once I'm done painting on the scratches and damages and whatnot, I'll tint it with orangish brown color so it's not standing out as much. Usually I just start with all the edges and contouring, and I'll just use stippling for that. Just slightly tap it with the brush. It creates the stippling effect. Kind of trying to make it look somewhat random. You don't want it to be uniform. So I'll do that around the whole perimeter first, and leather straps as well. These parts are very tiny, so I'm not gonna do super detailed weathering on this. It's just no room. If it was a bigger scale, like you know, 75mm miniature, like a bust or something like that, then I would do it a little bit differently. But like I said, there's not much room to work with here. For the regular dudes that I painted for the army, I used it in a simpler and quicker way to paint the leather. I just painted on, I just started with ice yellow right away, and I just painted on all the, you know, scratches and all the textures first, and then I just went over top with the snakebite leather contrast paint, and that's it. It looked pretty good, but this is a higher quality miniature, so I'm gonna put a little bit more detail and time into this. Here in the back, almost forgot. Like that. Just a little bit on the inside here. I'm gonna show you what how leather looks like on the regular dudes. So this is what it looks like. Where is it? Come on. Just move this guy. So this is what it looks like with ice yellow first. Like I spray painted the whole thing the same way, like red and whatever. So it was red, and I just spray painted. Sorry, not spray painted. I used the same like stippling motions with the ice yellow, and then I just covered it with the snakebite leather, and this is the result. Takes 2 seconds. I think it's pretty good. So now I'm done with the contours, and now I'll do weathering on the inside areas. As soon as my camera focuses on the guy. So just gonna do some like tiny little random scratches and dots and whatnot. This one has an ornament right in the middle, so it's a little bit hard to paint anything there. And there's just not a lot of room to work with to begin with, as I said. I don't want the scratches to be too thick, because then it just looks weird. So I'm trying to make them as thin as possible. And I also do them like off the edges, so they're coming out off the edge and towards the middle. And I try to do them in, you know, random patterns and directions. I think that's good, because once again, this one has an ornament right in the middle, and you know, it covers most of the area, so there's no point painting any weathering there. And now I'll get orange ink. Actually, well, yeah, it is kind of orange. It's called skin wash ink. It's kind of like a dirty orange, I guess you could call it. So this is what it looks like. Where is it? It's like brownish orange, I guess. I'm just gonna just gonna water it down even more, because I just want to tint it slightly. I don't want to tint it too much. It's just basically a glaze, and I'll go right over the leather parts. I think it might be too thin. It's a little bit too thin. Maybe a little bit less water. Let's see. I think that's better. You can always go back and tint it even more. I'll just glaze over all of the leather parts. Just like that. Now it doesn't look white anymore. It's yellowish orange. Looks more leathery. I'll do some other shades too. I might do a little bit of a blue ink on top as well in some areas, just to give it like some more color variation. Like to add shadows. But before that, I want to do another pass with weathering, but in a little bit of smaller areas too. Like almost like highlights basically for the weathering. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, take a closer look. This is what it looks like. Gonna do another pass with ice yellow, but I'm gonna mix it with the ink that I just used. Something like this. It's too wet. I'm gonna hair dry it real quick. Sorry, I had to take a sip of water. Okay, so we're gonna do another pass. Scratches. Just like random spots. Mostly on the edges. Like corners. Or like, for example, where he's, you know, pulling his gun out and putting it back in. That's probably where it would be the most weathered out. Just like that. You know, the clip here, because he probably, you know, straps it and unstraps it in place over and over again, so I would imagine that's where it would get the most damage. Just try to think of your weathering, you know, realistically. Like, where would it be, you know, rubbing against the armor the most? Or like, where would he be touching it with his hands or his pistol? That's where the most weathering is gonna be. Okay, that's it for the leather. One sec. My mixer. Wow, mixer disconnected. It's okay. So now I'm just gonna base coat the golden ornaments on the leather. Man, like, they're barely stand out from the surface. Yikes, I don't know if you'll be able to see. But you've probably had models like that. You had to work with models like that before. Where it's like barely, you know, like it's almost flat surface. So it's like almost like freehanding at this point, to be honest. There's another one here. This one's better though. Easier to paint. Oh, you know what? I forgot to paint his belt. I would imagine it's leather as well. It's really hard to get. Got most of it, but usually, you know, if it's really hard to get to the spot with your brush, then most likely it's really hard to see that spot too. So, you know, if you can't see it, then don't bother painting it. I'll just do the same type of weathering for the belt as well. Well, at least for the spots that I can reach. You can barely see it. I'm not even gonna do a second pass of weathering there because there's no point. Just gonna glaze the orange ink. Same way I did before. That'll be it for the belt. Just like that. gonna dry it really quick, and then I'll do another pass with the glazing, but I'll do I'm thinking like greenish blue, just to give it more interest. It will also make it stand out a little bit more from the armor, because you know, armor is like red and yellow, it's very warm, but and then my leather is also like brown and orange, so it is also, you know, very warm tones. So putting a little bit of blue and green there will make it stand out just a little bit more. I'm just using the same blue ink that I used before. Yeah, I do have different inks. I have the, I think I bought a set of them. That's why I have so many of them. I bought like this what is it? I think it's Vallejo. Yeah, the inks. I have a set of them, and then I also have these guys here, the Liquitex inks. I feel like Liquitex inks are more opaque than the Vallejo inks that I have. I'll use this green. So whenever I need like glazing or tinting, I just use Vallejo inks. Well, it actually depends. Like sometimes if I have Liquitex ink on my desk already, then I just use that. I don't bother getting up. So I'll just mix those two. So it's like kind of a turquoise color, but more on the bluish side. And I'll just water it down. It's a little bit too much. Actually, yeah, it's a little bit too much. Yeah, it should be good. Just glaze it in random spots. Can't really see it that much, but it does make a difference. At least, like, you probably can't really see it on the camera, but because you can barely see it in real life, but it does make a difference. Mostly I'm putting it in the areas that would be in the shadow. Same for the belt. You can kind of see it a little bit on the camera, I guess. But anyway, it's not that big of a difference. It doesn't make that much difference, but the difference that it makes, it matters. Even though it's not a lot. Now, I'll bring it down a little bit. I'll go back with the orange glaze, because some parts are a little bit too blue. I'm not trying to be super precise. I just kind of randomly placing it over, leaving some out, covering some of it up, because that's what weathered leather is supposed to look like. You know, it's pretty random. So I'll base coat the black parts now. I'll use the same mix of the black that I had here, and then this gray. Just shake it up real quick. There we go. I don't want to use straight up black because it's a little bit... It'll be difficult to go up the highlights with straight up black. It's easier to paint black in the shadows later than trying to push the highlights over the black. So what I got here is basically a dark gray color. Let's see if you'll be able to see. It's almost the same color as the glove. It's dark gray. I couldn't find any pictures from the back. So I'm not sure if this part of the leg is supposed to be red or metal. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I could paint it whatever the heck I want to, but kind of trying to stick to the reference picture. Actually, there is a picture. Yeah, it's red. It's okay. I'll paint the whole thing metal because I think it just looks cooler. Kind of slap it on. Try to cover as much red as possible. And again, like, it doesn't I don't have to cover the whole thing perfectly because there will be a lot of going back and forth and like highlighting and putting shadows in. So, and if I don't cover it in the first pass, I'll have lots of opportunity to cover any spots that are left with red. I think for the next time, I'll place my second camera kind of closer to the vat palette and maybe a little bit more over the vat palette. And then I'll just put another light so you can see the colors better. On the palette. I do have another light around, well, basically right next to me, but it literally just broke yesterday, so fortunately I won't be able to use it. So these parts here are also silver. This thing here, and this thing here is like what is it called? It's like the danger thingy With like yellow and black stripes. I'm not sure what it's called. Like the caution thingy. I'm not gonna bother painting the... Actually, whatever. I'll paint the grills as well. And this side as well. I apologize for whenever I hit the microphone with the brush. Hope it's not too loud. But, man. Like, I feel like there's no comfortable way of streaming miniature painting. Maybe if I had a... I mean, I can't imagine. Just, you need a lot more money into... that you need to put into the gear. If I had better lights, I wouldn't have my lights in my face right now. Because, like, I have 2 lights in my face, microphone in my face, and a camera in my face. That is not how I normally paint, so it's a little bit awkward. So ideally, it would be nice to put the camera a little bit further away, so it's not on my face, as well as lights. The microphone is fine, the microphone is not that big of a deal. It just, I can't really... I could have moved it in a different position, but because of the second camera that's pointing at the wet palette, I can't really move my mic without covering the camera, so... I have to work with what I have. I'll paint the back of the thrusters as well. The exhaust here. Those will be heavily weathered anyway, so I'm not really worried about them too much. And then I'm thinking I'll paint... Camera dude, come on. I'm thinking I'll paint these guys metal as well. And then... So these guys, and the little exhaust. And then the rest I'll keep red. And then this little skull will be gold. Also, the oil wash that I did previously, pointless. I ended up covering the whole thing up anyway. So, I'm thinking I'll just do all the panel lining by hand. Like, I'm not gonna do a push, because I don't want to tint any of the colors. Just a little bit more water. Man, kind of hurts my throat because of talking for so long. Like, you should ask my wife. Like, the amount of talking that I've done so far, that's like how much I talk in the month. Just gonna paint these two, whatever, like pipes or whatever they are, and just gonna go grab some water because my throat is killing me. It's like a desert. I think after these guys, that's it for the metal parts. Let me see. So this I'll just paint black. I don't know if I should paint grenades and pistol in metal color, or should I just paint them like blackish, like darker? Yeah, I'll paint them kind of like a gunmetal color. This part is supposed to be metal as well. The thing on his chest. Just trying not to get any paint on his face. That's the thing. That's the only thing that I mean, I don't want to say I don't like about airbrushing. It's just the I guess the only con or takeaway or whatever is that after airbrushing, if you mess it up, the only way to fix it is only with the airbrush. Because if you try to fix it with the brush, it just, no matter how hard you try, it will just stand out too much. It won't blend in. So like, even if I use, like, let's say if the whole miniature was just like colored in red, like flat red color with an airbrush, and then I would paint a really thin line with the brush of the same color, you would be able to tell the difference. It would just stand out too much. So that's the only bad thing about airbrushing, is that it's hard to fix mistakes like that. So that's why I'm trying to not mess it up. There we go. Getting there. Okay, I'm gonna go grab some water. Don't go anywhere. And I'm back. Okay. So the metal parts are base coated. So now it's just a matter of painting. Actually, you know what? I kind of wanna paint these ones in silver metal as well. It's a little bit tricky, but it is what it is. I'll paint this thing too. It's already got paint on it. Here to paint the whole thing over. A little bit tricky because it's sorry, just moved it out of the frame. It's a little bit tricky because it's right next to the head, and I really don't want to get any on his helmet. Should be good. I think I'll start with the gold, and then when I'm done with gold, I'll do the silver metal. Okay, so for gold, get some yellow, obviously. With this color, I'm not sure what it looks like. It's like, man, I don't even know what it is. Let me see. I don't think I've ever tried this color before. Okay, it's like yellow with a little bit of brown. I'll try it out, why not? Then I'll use some of this yellow as well. I'll just mix all of these colors up with the brown that we use for the base coat of the gold. And I'll push the highlights up from there. And then for the final highlights, I'll be using ivory and ice yellow. So this is my ivory. And this is my, this is my ice yellow, and this is my ivory. Mix them up. I'll show you the palette in a second on the main camera, just so you have a better idea what colors I'm using. So in here. So this is what I'm gonna be using. So this is just like the orangish brown. Then they don't look very good on the camera. Let me see if I can. That's better. So this is more of a uh orange, yellow, brownish than the really bright saturated yellow. Uh Ice yellow and then ivory. And then I'll mix all these colors up with each other, and then the first highlight will be mixed with the base brown that we used for the base coat of the gold. Gonna make it a little bit brighter. Don't want it to be overblown, but I also don't want it to be too dark, obviously. I think this is better. I think it looks better than it was before. This is just me. Uh, I think I'll start with the black shoulder pad. Let's see. So I'll have the main highlight here, so it matches the highlight on the shoulder pad. I'll just do one. Instead of like bouncing lights, I'll just do one highlight here. Need a new paper towel. That one is like soaking wet. One sec. So unlike most of the painters, I'll wipe my excess water off on the paper towel. And like I test my colors and everything on the white paper towel instead of a thumb, like most people do. I do that sometimes as well, but rarely. So what I'm doing, I'm slowly moving up in value. So the base coat was darker brown. Then I mixed that brown with orangish color that we have, and now I'm just doing straight that orange color. And after that, I'll mix it with yellow. And after that, I'll just use yellow, and then I'll mix yellow with ice yellow, and then just ice yellow, and so on. It's pretty easy to do. You'll see. Hopefully it'll turn out nice. So now I'm mixing that orangish color. Also, I need more of that color. Already ran out of it. My palette. For whatever reason, it's like super watery. That's weird. Because all the rest of the colors from this range are super thick. So I'll mix that orange color with yellow. And with each step, the area that I'm painting is smaller and smaller. So the highlight gets smaller and smaller. Just gonna add a little bit more here, just to blend it a little bit more. I want to move it up a little bit higher. I want it to be here instead of like where it was before. So like here. Non-metallic metal is just, it's a lot of going back and forth. I think that's the only complicated part about, not that I'm the artist for non-metallic metal. I'm no professional at that kind of thing by any means, but you just need to perfect your blends and learn where to place your highlights. And then after that, the hardest part is just being patient and going back and forth with your highlights and shadows until you get the result that looks perfect for you, or at least maybe not perfect, but good enough. It's not ideal at the moment, but like the step is just too big. I'll blend it a little bit more later on. Just wanna place the main. Like I'm kind of sketching at the moment. I'm not worried about blending it too much. Now I'm gonna start blending it a little bit. I'm trying to do wet blending right now, but you can do stippling and other types of blending as well. Like it just doesn't really matter what kind of blending you do. Results are the same. It will also look pretty crappy until you do the edge highlights. So keep that in mind as well. Like another thing that you might want to do is just like sketch your thing out and then put edge highlights and then see how it looks like. And then continue smoothing it out and getting your edge highlight back just to see what it looks like, because without the edge highlight, it just non-metallic metal doesn't look like non-metallic metal. So with the edge highlight will give you a better idea of what your final piece will look like. So like I'll show you. So I'll use ice yellow for edge highlight. So here you go. Like, I feel like it looks way better already just with the edge highlight. Like, in my opinion, it makes huge difference. You know? So like throughout the whole process, because you know when you'll be blending and painting, you'll cover the edge highlight. So throughout the whole process of painting, you want to bring the edge highlight back and just to see what it looks like. Because without it, it might look like, you know, not very good. But then you paint the edge highlight and kind of opens your eyes to the beauty of your non-metallic metal. I'll bring the edge highlight down a little bit. It's a little bit too white, in my opinion. Just gonna paint the shadows darker as well as a little bit more contrast. Place it in. And then I'll glaze a little bit of that orange and brown to blend it a little bit better. Something like that. Not done yet. Just gotta wait for it to dry. Oops. My bad, I keep hitting the microphone. One sec. Alright, let's continue. I'm gonna glaze some more yellow here and here just to make the transition a little bit smoother. So I'm just glazing from shadow towards the yellow. Just like that. Boom. It's better. And now I'm just gonna place the shadows back in just a little bit because it's not dark enough. Like that. Like that. What do you think? I think it looks good. And I'm just gonna work on the highlights. Now, sketch the highlight. Blend it a little bit. Blend it a little bit. And then sketch it again. Now a little bit brighter. And a little bit brighter. So now I'm using straight ice yellow. Even smaller area. And as a final, I'll do a really thin line with just ivory paint as a final highlight right in the middle of this. Let's see if I can bring it closer so you can take a better look. Think, camera, think. Come on, body. Work with me. And there you go. Something like that. Just kind of smooth it out a little bit more. Just gonna glaze. Some of the highlight colors. That's good. I'll just bring up the final highlight again with the thin line. Yep, there we go. I'm just gonna reestablish the edge highlight. I'm starting with the mix of yellow and ice yellow. And I'll go all around the edge. Just like that. I'm gonna paint some scratches like here and there. Just to make it look more interesting. Like that. Maybe like a little dot here and there. And now I'm gonna do brighter color. So I was using yellow and ice yellow before for the edge highlight, and now I'll be using just ice yellow. And I'll be painting it where I have brighter highlight. So I'm not gonna do the whole edge. I'll just paint the area with the highlight now. So I'll keep the mix of the yellow and ice yellow in the darkest parts, And then when I have brighter highlights, I'll do ice yellow. Like that. Then same thing on the inside circle. That's not a circle, but like inside of the half a circle, I guess. I'll also use the same color for the corners. Like that. And then the corner here as well. And now I'm gonna use ivory. And I'm only painting it here where I have the brightest highlight. It's a little bit bigger than the size of the final highlight, but in that general area. Like this, and then the same thing on the inside. And then I'm gonna use it to paint little dots on the corners. Boom, 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 boom. Something like that. Just gonna paint a few more little scratches with ivory paint. Just the tiny ones. One here. A little dot there. Like this. Something like that. Does it look like gold? I think it does. Now we just gotta paint everything else like that. And that's why I think non-metallic metal is hard, is because, well, I don't think it's hard. It's just the hard part about it is being patient. Everything else you can just figure out. You can't figure out patience. You either have it or you don't. Just gonna paint the rest of this shoulder pad. So here, I'll have a highlight right there in the middle. This one will be a little bit easier because you don't have to do like super smooth blends here. Like that. And then I'll do the same thing on the opposite side. So like somewhere in the, come on camera. So somewhere in the middle, like right here, that's where I'll have my main highlight. Like this. Now just orange. Flip it. And do the same thing on this side. Now we're gonna do orange and yellow. Paint to a smaller area. Same thing on this side. Just gonna use straight yellow. Paint to a smaller area. Up. and then yellow and ice yellow. I'm thinking I'll push the highlight a little bit more because I need a little bit of a bigger area. I'll do the same here. Like that. Kind of have to do the same thing over again. So gonna do orange. I'm just widening the highlight area because there's really not that much room for me to work with, and it's just gonna look weird. I'll have this like big shadow area, but then barely any highlight. And just I don't like the look of that. Now orange and yellow. A little bit bigger. Now just yellow. Like, once you figure one part out, it's basically the same thing over and over again. You just work from, well, at least that's how I do it. I just work from the darkest color up. Sometimes I'll do the sketch first and then I'll just blend it, but I don't feel the need right now to do that. So I just work from the darker color up. So you just, step it up with every layer, and that's it. That's your non-metallic metal. Not that complicated. The only complicated part is just figure out where you want to place your highlight. And for simple shapes like that, it's not that hard. It's very easy to figure it out. The sword will be a little bit more complicated, but simple things like that, it's not that complicated. You literally just go higher in value and just paint smaller and smaller area with each step. That's it. So that's all there is to it. Of course, you can make it more complex and have like, reflections and stuff like that. But even that is not that complicated either. We'll do that on the sword. I don't know if I'll do it today. I don't know if I'll have time for that. But I'll try to paint like reflections on the sword and whatnot. And then the final highlight will be ivory. Just a little tiny camera. We're not doing it before until camera is focused. There we go. Then a little tiny dot of ivory here. Actually, that one I'm not gonna do because it's kind of underneath, so technically it shouldn't be as bright as the one on top. Now, the tricky part is to do the edge highlight on this little trim, but it's like super thin. Let me see if I can. Come on. It's super thin, so I'm gonna try to not mess it up. I guess something like that. Now I'm gonna do the same thing on the other side. Nah, kind of covered most of it up, so it was kind of pointless, but kind of had a feeling that that's what would happen, but I just wanted to give it a shot anyway. Kind of worked on this side though. And then, sorry, I just need some water. It's exhausting. So for the studs, it will be really easy. I'm not gonna bother doing it, making super smooth transitions or anything like that, or like using a lot of colors. Just gonna use orange. Boom, 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 and boom. Then I'm gonna just go straight to yellow. I'm not gonna do the in-between color because the area is so small, like you won't be able to, like, it'll look smooth basically. I don't even know if I need to use yellow, to be honest. Like, there's not much room to apply it. Man, it's tiny. I think I'll just go straight to ivory after this. Yeah. And then for these dots here, I'll use sorry, I'll use excuse me, I'll use ice yellow for the rest of the studs, and then for these ones I'll use ivory because they're inside the highlight area, so in theory they're supposed to be the brightest ones. So I'll just do tiny little dots on the very top of the studs. Try not to cover the previous steps. And that is exactly what I just did, but it's okay. That's okay. It was just a happy little accent. They're so tiny. I feel like if I use ivory right now, you won't be able to tell the difference between ivory and ice yellow anyway. But it's okay. Something like that. The shoulder pad is done. Yes, it looks somewhat gold. No, yes, I think so. It does. Let's do the rest of this guy. Okay, what else we have? Let's do the. Alright, let's do his little forehead thingy. Yeah, 'cause it's so tiny. There's not much I can do with it, to be honest. I think I'll just do yellow, a really thin yellow, and then some ivory highlight, or yeah, ivory highlights right away, because there's barely any room to work with. Man, I need another paper towel. 1 second. There we go. So I'm just gonna grab some yellow and try to not mess up his helmet. Gonna trace it carefully. Man. Something like that. Sorry, I need to take a closer look at it because I can't tell. Okay. So it's just so tiny and it's like I basically have to have it on my face. That's what she said. I guess that will do. Well, I mean, I'm not done yet with it, but for the yellow color, I am. No, I'm just gonna do some highlights with ice yellow. Man, it's so tiny. So I'll try to do the final highlight with the ivory, but I don't know if it will make much difference. And it didn't. It's okay. You can barely tell what it is. Like, it's so pointless. But later on, when I'll be doing panel lining, I'll just go around with like black brownish. So like, you'll be able to tell the shape of the thing a little bit better, but that will do for now. I'm gonna do this thing here. The halo or whatever that is. And once again, it's exactly the same thing that I was doing before with all of these parts. I'm just starting out with a mix of orange and brown that I use for the base coat, and I'm just painting where the highlight is gonna be. And my highlight is gonna be here in the middle. Flip it around and do the same on the other side. And on top as well. And underneath. Like that. And then Yeah, I don't know if there's a point of going extra steps. Actually, I'll try and I'll see if there's enough room. I was thinking of going straight yellow and then straight ice yellow, but I'll try to blend it a little bit smoother. And I'll do the orange and yellow first, and then yellow and ice yellow, and so on. This in a smaller area. Same thing on the other side. That underneath. Now I'm gonna do just yellow. Again in a smaller area. Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing yellow and ice yellow because there's just no room for that. I'll just go straight to ice yellow. Like technically there was already yellow and ice yellow, so what the heck? Yeah, it's a little bit too. Come on, camera. Get it together. There we go. It's a little bit of a too big of a step in value. I think I'll have to blend it with. I'll have to do the additional step of yellow and ice yellow. Otherwise, it just doesn't look very good. Just like this. And then just gonna add some more of regular yellow right here. Because it was too watery, and when it dried, it's almost like I didn't even paint it there. Still watery, but actually at the moment it's working in my favor because that way it just blends everything together nicer. Not complaining. Something like this. And now I'm just gonna do the final really thin line with ivory. At least I'll try to. Let's see if it'll work out. Just like that. So it doesn't look ideal, but I'm gonna do the edge highlight and I guarantee you it will look perfect. I'm gonna start with just yellow for the highlight, for the edge highlight. To man, like again, it's frustrating. Well, it's not actually that frustrating, but it's just annoying. That's exactly what I was talking about earlier, that my paints just turned too watery on the wet palette. So my yellow was nice and thick, and now it's all watery, and I can't use it for highlights, for edge highlights whatsoever. It's not opaque enough. Should be better now. I put in some more, and there we go. So I'm just gonna paint it over the areas where I have the darkest shadows. and this thing here. Yeah. I'm gonna do the same thing from the other side. Like that. Now I'm gonna do ivory for the areas where I have highlight. Sorry. Keep saying instead of saying ice yellow, I'm saying ivory. So this is ice yellow now. I'm gonna paint it over the area where I have yellow highlight. And then here as well. And identical on the other side. And then once again for the final edge highlight, I'll use ivory. Just in the general area of the final highlight. Right in the middle right here. And then here as well. And on the flip side. There we go. The only thing, like, I think it looks good. Wait. The only thing that I'm gonna do now is I wanna glaze in some darker shadows here. Because there's not enough contrast. Just gonna glaze it in right there. And over there. Same thing on this side. I'm gonna glaze those shadows in. So for the glazes here, I'm just using like a watered down mix of brown and black. And then I wiped it Then I wiped most of it off on my paper towel, and then I just moved it from down from this area towards the edge. That's it. Now I just gotta reestablish the highlights there because I covered them up with the glaze. Here. Here. And on the other side as well. Like this. Looking good. Just gonna grab some water. Next we can do these two guys here. We're just gonna slowly move like that. Camera. I wanna show them which way we're moving. There we go. So yeah, we're just gonna move slowly like that. Boom, 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 boom. And then we're gonna paint this guy here and maybe this thing here as well. We'll see. Maybe we'll paint all of the gold today. Depends how it goes. So once again, for these things, the area yeah, there we go. The area is so small that there's no point for me to make like extra steps. So I'm not gonna mix like in between colors, I'm just gonna move up in highlights, skipping some steps. So I'll start with orange first. Because the smaller the area that you're working with, the less blending you have to do, because it's so small that everything just blends together naturally. So you don't have to bother and worry about it being super smooth. Because whenever people will be looking at it, they'll just look smooth to them. Also, you know what? I'll switch it up. I'll switch up the paint handle because it's okay. You'll see. It's actually same painting handle, but well, first of all, it's gorgeous. But it's gonna use a different stand for it. So this way I'll have this to rest my fingers on, so I'm not rubbing any paint off the miniature, which is what I definitely do not want. So this will allow me to do this, which is perfect. And if anyone is interested in getting a paint handle like that, I have a link in the description of the stream. It's from Ferrex Fabrication, and it is not sponsored, and I actually paid for these handles. But I love them so much that I try to introduce as many people to them as possible, because in my opinion, these are honestly the best painting handles out there. Like, I've tried many different ones, and these are, for me, these work the best. Just the design of them, the ergonomics, the functionality, everything about them is amazing. And they're handmade. And you'll feel better for supporting small businesses. So you basically have nothing to lose and everything to gain. You get amazing handles, you help a small business. It's win-win for everyone. Something like that. I'll come on. I'll try and do the edge highlight on this thing, but I don't know if that'll work out. Because once again, oh man, I put a little bit too much there. That's okay. Another one of those happy little accidents. But yeah, these guys are also not raised off the surface very much, so they're pretty flat. I'm just worried of messing it up, trying to do the edge highlights. I think that looks good. So yeah, the problem with edge highlighting things like that is normally when I'm edge highlighting, I drag the edge of the side of my brush against the edge like this. Let's see if I can find a better angle. So like, come on, camera. So I'm going like this with my brush against the edge. All right. So come on. So I'm going like this with my brush against the edge. That's how I usually do edge highlights. That's the easiest way. And that's I feel like that's the best way to do nice and crisp edge highlights. But when you have flat things like that, you basically have to draw your own edge and you can just drag it along the existing edge. That's what it's so annoying about this thing, but sometimes you just gotta overcome challenges like that, and then when you do, you feel good about it. I'm just basically holding my breath right now. So if I'm not talking, I apologize. This is like super intense. And I know it does not look intense. Nothing about miniature painting looks intense. But it is. Not the miniature painting in general, but this specific moment is intense. Something like that. I'm just gonna do the same thing over here. Cause like they're indifferent. Like they're supposed to be identical, right? But then the casting on this one is better than the casting on this one. So this one has a circle around the skull and those three leaves or whatever they are. And this one just has the leaves. It doesn't even have the circle around the skull. I think it's a Forge World model. And from what I understand and from what I've seen and heard, Forged World models are not the best quality. I like how they charge you premium price for those products, but then you get far from premium products. Just gonna do some edge highlighting with ice yellow now. Like that. And I'll use ivory and I'll just paint little dots in the corners. Like here, for example. Here. Here. These two as well. And these two. Same thing on this guy. And the reason why I'm not using just straight up white is because white just makes everything look just saturated. And this ivory paint looks almost like white, but it has a tiny bit of yellow in there, and it makes a huge difference. Like, it still brings the value up a lot, but it is also not bringing saturation down. Well, it is bringing the saturation down, but not as much as if I was using straight up white. Okay, we're going to paint this thing here now. This is gonna be fun. I think I'll use a bigger thingy. I keep hitting the sword against this thing. So this one is well, I hid that one away so you can't see the difference, but this one's a lot larger. Like, oh, sorry, 1 sec, I'm getting a phone call. Wow, could you believe that? FedEx was trying to deliver my parcel twice, but no one was there to sign for it. Damn, it's crazy. What am I gonna do now? Guess I gotta go buy some gift cards and send them to India. I'm just starting out the same way as I did with the rest of the parts. Just gotta figure out the highlight. I think I'm gonna do it like not at the edge of the wing. Okay, sure, with this one it will be better. So I'll do it like in the middle of the wing, And I'll do the same side on the other wing, the same thing on the other wing. So I'm gonna do highlight here basically. Then I'm gonna do highlight, on the skull obviously, and then here in the middle, and then, mirrored reflection of this on the other side. So that's what I'm gonna go with, and then we'll see how it looks like. If it doesn't look good, we'll just do everything all over again. It's not a big deal. Kind of sketch it up roughly. Gonna paint this blood drop as a gem later. Gems are just so satisfying to paint for me. I love painting gems. It's very simple, and when you get it right, it just looks so freaking good. I love it. Then in the middle of the wing here, as much as I can get in there. Yeah, I think I'll have to. Sorry, but I'll have to take this thing off because camera is going crazy. Camera is going crazy without that thing, but with that thing, it's even worse. So I guess I'll have to just struggle for a little bit. I can actually rest my fingers on this thing, so it's not as good as that stand, but whatever. It is what it is. I'm using exactly the same steps as before. Just going from orange and brown and then up the values and colors to like orange and then orange and yellow and so on. Just not gonna repeat the same thing over and over again. Sometimes it's hard to tell if the area is big enough to, put some extra steps in there. So I just go with it and try it out, and if it is too small, then you just fix it, and if it is big enough, then hey, it worked out perfectly then. It looks like this area should be big enough for some extra steps. Plus, it's kind of a big, like, this detail stands out a lot, I feel like. So I'm gonna put some extra time and detail into this piece. It's like details that are not very important for the miniature, like the ones that are not gonna get a lot of attention. There's no point trying and like working extra hard and spending extra time. Uh, if people are not gonna look at it. Might as well spend that time somewhere where people will actually appreciate it. Like this skull, for example. Because, like, you know, no one's gonna look at those grenades and the pistol in a holster. Like, you don't have to bother about that much. Just paint it simply. Like, no one's gonna look at it. But then, you know, this area, that's where everyone's gonna look at. And like this skull, it just such a big detail, and it just attracts attention to it. So you want it to be as detailed as possible, or I want it to be as detailed as possible, because all of it is just my opinion and my assumptions. Just telling you, just sharing my thoughts. These are not the rules you have to follow. Just explaining the logic behind my painting. In case you were wondering. Just gonna take another sip of water. Delicious. Right. I'll have to do a little bit more blending here because it's looking too camera. Hey, it's looking too brown. It's too big of a step from brown to yellow, so I'll mix it up later. I'm just gonna continue moving up the highlights. And then I'll just blend in between. I kind of want this highlight to curve towards this part, so I'm thinking I'll just repaint the whole thing. This wing is fine, but this one I want it to curve a little bit more. I want it to go like towards this thingy here. I have to blend this skull a little bit better as well. We'll go straight to ivory. I'm not gonna do the... Because I just did the mix of yellow and ice yellow. Now I'm gonna move up straight to ivory instead of ice yellow first. There's just not enough room for that kind of stuff. Just gonna repaint this wing real quick. Like, that's so weird. My other paint on the wet palette, it like kind of dried out. But then other paints are super watery. It's so weird. Just gonna do orange. I'm not gonna do the orange brown thingy. Just gonna do orange right away. Gotta curve it towards the thing. Just like that. Then yellow. little bit more yellow. Some yellow and ivory now. Just want to see what how like. I'm not gonna go crazy about blending it for now. I think that's better. Sorry, I keep saying ivory. Jeez, ice yellow is what I meant. Something like this. Just gonna do a little bit more of orange yellow right here. It's too much brown. And the same thing on the other side. Like that. And I'm just gonna do the dark shadows again with the black brown. Just gonna glaze them in same way as I did before. Just to get a little bit more contrast. Bring it down a little bit more. And I glaze them in here. This side as well. And the wings. Just gonna grab a little bit more. The skull here. No, this should be good enough. I'm just gonna do sorry, bumped into the microphone. Just gonna do some lining on the inside before I do the edge highlights. Because this skull is very detailed. Well, it's not very, I mean, it is kind of detailed. What I meant is it has a lot of details. But they kind of get lost because like all the shadows are kind of the same color as the edges of the details, so I just need some separation. I'll do it with almost black and just a tiny bit of brown that I was using before. So it's basically the opposite of edge highlighting. It's basically edge shadowing, I guess. Just very, very thin lines of black to separate all the details. Just all the details are so close to each other that I'm worried about messing them up. Once again, I'm just holding my breath. That's why I can't talk. Super intense moment. Oh, sorry, my bad. This whole time I was out of frame. Well, you didn't really miss anything exciting anyway, so. Okay. Now I gotta do the opposite. Now I gotta do the edge highlighting. Without messing up the lining that I just did. I'm wondering if I should do the lining for the wings or not. I think I might just do the edge highlights. Just gonna want to do this real quick. There we go. That's better. Okay, let's do the edge highlights now. So I'm gonna start with the mix of yellow and ice yellow, just because it's like before that I was doing straight up yellow, but my yellow is too watery for whatever reason, and I'm just worried that my edge highlights won't be as sharp because of that. It's looking better and better. Just like I was saying, as soon as you put edge highlights on for non-metallic metal, just the whole piece starts looking like what it should look like. those are hard to get. I'm getting there. Can't really edge highlight the skull. I'll do a few lines on the wings. I'm not gonna do it all the way across, just kind of a hint of feathers in there. Like that. Now I'm gonna go in with ice yellow. But this time I'm only going to do edge highlights for the parts where I have yellow highlights. The same thing for this wing. Or something like that. Hope it looks like gold. To me it does. I'm just gonna do use Ivory for final edge highlights. Just here in the middle. Right there. In the corners of the shoulder pad. Right here and right there. Camera, come on. Right there. Now I just gotta paint this part the same way as I did here. Sorry, just gonna take another sip. So for this one, the highlight is gonna be here because the main highlight is going this way. So should be somewhere around there. Right here. It's a little bit tricky to get to. Just gotta wipe this off. Because that elbow is really in the awkward position. Sorry. My bad. Getting a phone call. 1 sec. And we're back. This elbow, man, come on. Grab some yellow. Put it right there. I love painting that area because there's enough room for some nice plants. And I'm a fan of nice blends. Who would have thought? Speaking of blends, I gotta blend this up a little bit. Ouch. And then the final highlight is ivory, as usual. Very, very, very thin line. Just like that. Now I just gotta blend this stuff. Camera. Show me. Show me. There we go. So the jump from the between values is too big. I just gotta blend this area here and a little bit from yellow to brown. Just gonna glaze a bit of yellow this way and this way, as well as from the shadows towards yellow, like that. I'm just gonna wipe the yellow off the crumble. Just paint some brown orange in between. A little bit of just brown on the edges. Later I'll glaze in some darker brown in there. Now I'm just gonna glaze the highlights. I'm gonna glaze it from yellow up towards the middle of the paint some yellow right here. I'm gonna glaze some ice yellow as well. Again. And I'll let it dry because it's blending all together. Actually, just gonna wet blend real quick. This ice yellow in there. Trying to wet blend this area, but it's so tiny. Okay, something like that, and then I'm gonna lace in the black brown again towards the edges of the thing right there. Now the best part, the edge highlight. This is where the magic happens. Like that. Now I'm gonna do ice yellow. Again, I'm just painting it where I have yellow highlights. There and right there. And then the same thing on the inside. Just gotta wipe it off the elbow again. It's getting in the way. The damn elbow. Then I'm gonna do ivory. Just where I have the final highlight. And on the inside. Then the corners as well. Just little dots. Like that. And right there. Boom. Just gonna put some yellow on the inside area of the shoulder pad. Can't really see it very well, but you can see it a little bit, so just want to make it look a little bit nicer. That should do. There we go, 2 shoulder pads ready. I think that will be it for today, because it's been almost 5 hours now. Wow. So I'm gonna finish up for today with this guy, and then I'll stream it again tomorrow, and we'll paint the rest of the gold parts, and well, actually, like the rest of the miniature in general. So this is what we have so far. Basically, the upper part, all the gold parts are ready. Then we're gonna do the same, the bottom part of the miniature, and then the silver metal, Then I'll do the sword at the end. Alright, well, thank you for stopping by. I'll figure something out for the web palette camera. And yeah, come back tomorrow and we'll paint some more tomorrow. I'll do it about the same time as today. Well, actually not about the same time, I'll do it the same time. I'll do it at 12 tomorrow. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you again for stopping by.